Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing Saturday. Very happy to be here for another show. Nova Drift fully releases in 2 days on Monday. We're playing on the 1.0 beta right now, which is basically full release, but very excited for the official release here in a couple days. Got a few build ideas. We're going to start the slower run, and I might do a draft run after this. Get some runs expedited to try a few things out. This is actually like a really tough opening wave. Wow. Okay, we take darts here. No. No, I don't want to sneeze already. All right, I sneezed. We're back. Now, what shield do I want here? I think I'm going to go for Shockwave. I'm enjoying Shockwave. And one sec, just blowing my nose here. Before I click back in, let me get all caught up here too. What's up, Tharson, KSW8, William Murderface? It's good, Calendar Man, Pinball Box, Admiral Acme. Thanks for 64 months, man. What's up, Casually Challenge? Fluffy Kirby, Hessie, and thanks for 100 months as well. Glad to hear that, dude. Thanks for that very kind message and 100 months of support. Absolute legend. What's up, SD, Sins and Lasers? Hell yeah. Gonna be a good stream today. You can just tell. Just tell. I need to get this guy down. Darts are always a little bit weak in the early game. They only have that one projectile. That's sketchy. And take Firefly here. This also gives us burn damage thrusters as the damage source. Is definitely nice. Okay. Well, I wasn't super planning on going into mines, but Mine Specialist looks pretty good. I'm going to try to avoid Mine Specialist on this run for now. Yo, KSWA, thanks for that gift to William Murderface. Appreciate that. Let's take Magnitude for now. Damage is damage. Oh, heck. Nearly dead here? It's true. Go shield cooldown. Really hope to have either targeting or more projectiles by the time the first boss shows up with darts. Since it's not, we just got to play it cool. Uh-oh. That was not cool. Ooh, Shockwave Shield doing the work. I mean, Mind Specialist again? Let's go ahead and take Volley here. No, probably not. I'm going to use a roll here. No, let's go Payload. Makes it slower, but darts gain damage based on projectile size. Definitely won't be bad. I want to try to go Dying Star on this build, so I'm debating on how I'm going to get enough self-damage resistance to pull that off right now. I think for starters, we're going to need Essence Sap for sure. Yo, Smurfizzle, thanks for 103 months. 103. Thank you. Okay, flash shielding is yes. Those burning thrusters are so good. I kind of want to take Discord Orbs just for damage, but I'm not really sure how many wild mods this run's going to fit. A few for self-damage resist for sure, but past that, I think it's worth taking even at base. All right, targeting now for sure. Probably want Masochism, or Shielding, and maybe one other. Fire rate is certainly not bad for darts. I'm trying to split the difference on this build. Let's grab plus thrust for the moment. I feel like a lot of times on darts I go a little bit too offensive. Like a medium build. Interesting page here. Let's take Terminate for now. We're going to go Essence Sap, which allows us to regenerate based on damage dealt for a short duration. Since darts stick at enemies and deal continual damage, they're the perfect weapon for Essence Sap. Alright, going to take Discharge for now, which will basically mean we don't have a shield. But we will be picking up Infuse here momentarily. Okay, the self-damage resist actually kind of doing it here. There's infuse. Awesome. Now, as long as our shield is up, we're going to be infusing our projectiles, which is a lot of damage. If I don't die right here. Okay, there's a self-damage resist. I'm going to take that. Dropped again. That's tough. Got one orb down. That's good. And discharge is almost sustainable here on Firefly. Pretty cool. Or infusion, rather, with the starting base self-damage resistance of 15 on Firefly. Ooh, yikes. Nice. Hey, welcome in, Kitchen. Okay, so we get thruster damage, self-damage resist, hull crash damage resist from taking bravado right now. It's a scary pick, though. I'm going to start going for self-damage resist because I do want to pick up Dying Star on this build. Well, volatile shield's definitely not bad, but not needed here. I'm gonna roll. Alright, I am gonna take hull strength here. This build's gonna be forever on a very small amount of shield, so I think this makes sense. Ooh, you know, Rebuke is definitely good for vulnerability. Let's take the Rebuke side of this. When we get Dying Star, we'll be perpetually shooting off the armor fragments, applying vulnerability to enemies, which is the main source of our damage. Hard to believe this masterpiece releases in 2 days. Oh, man. What a time to be alive. Splinter on darts activates when the enemy dies. It creates the splinters then. Okay, Essence Sap, awesome. It's a pretty hefty setup here. We did not have the infuse on the projectiles. We'd be in some trouble on this wave. Alright, 20% burn damage. Let's go. That's us. I'm not convinced I go deflagration here, but maybe I do. On the other side of this tree, more or less. Double tap's kind of interesting as well. I'm going to roll here. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and take rate of fire. We're definitely not generating 12 instances of infused projectiles a second currently, which would be the max. We don't want Gemini Protocol here. Tricky. Let's roll. All pretty decent. Let's take Deadly Wake, though. Yo, nice, Krello. Congrats on your first 1 million run. Awesome. Yo, Spam Hater, thanks for almost 70 months of support. Much appreciation. Thank you. Ow. That was a lot of armor stacks shooting off there. That's fine. We'll just clean up here. It's actually a pretty cool winnow. I'm not going to really take any of these. Focus fire could be okay. Blast radius to get to deflag could be too cool too, but banishing 7 mods. I'll take it. You also get rerolls in minus size. Big fan of the minus size stat. I might just take a Scorching Wake here, just to have it. Also, I got 14 rerolls now. Okay, I'm going to take Corrosion, because it's a big damage up. The Core Shielding is also very good here. Are we ready to take Dying Star is a good question. What's our full damage resistance here? Self-damage resist 35 with damage resistance 15. So it'd be at 55 plus 15, 70% of 12. Yeah, we're pretty close with Essence Sat to being able to sustain Dying Star. I think before I get Dying Star, though, I want to get Purification, which will give me some regeneration off of the aura burn damage. It's a plan. The armor stacks here are the red orbs shooting off of the ship. They're like a circle with another circle around it. That's Rebuke. Okay, I'll take Stabilization, sure. Twist my arm then. Alright, what now? Let's go ahead and take Absorption, because at the end of this, we get 10% hull damage resist, so that'll bring us much closer to the effective damage resistance cap for when we do take Dying Star, if we get that too. How do I feel about Tempest Break? I'm not sure. Like, I like shield effect power, I like the thrust, I like the shield cooldown, but we're going to be at, like, no shields all the time. I'm not convinced we take this. At least not yet. I'm going to use a roll here. Alright. You know, I do want to get Tempest Break here because Dying Star does the proportion of hull and shield. So if we're on one shield all the time, then we'll be getting 25% global damage. But for another time. Let's grab one more Masochism here. I'd say our self-damage resistance is totally sorted at the moment. Alright, I'm going to grab Tempest Break right now. So Tempest Break reads that our shield will only start cooldown when it breaks. So it's going to be... cannot be interrupted when it's on cooldown either. But as the offside, we don't have a normalized shield cooldown. So if we don't take damage for long enough, we'll be on one shield, and the first damage we take, Tempest Break activates, and then we get our shield back in about 4 seconds or so. So what is the shield cooldown right now? 4. It says 4, and then it has parentheses 5. What's that about? Never seen that parentheses. Yeah, here we go, here we go. I'm gonna roll one more time. Kinetic Boost is really good here, though. Okay, one more. How about you just give me what I want, game, instead of using all my rerolls? I'll take Kinetic Boost then. There we go. I mean, Celestial Lance is probably something I want here, but I'm worried about the self-damage. Let's go for it, though. Say Firefly is kind of the ship that is made for Celestial Lance. Gives us aura burn damage while we're moving. the cost of self-damage. Might be a bit much with the Dying Star, too. I guess we'll find out. We don't have the core shielding additional 20% self-damage resist yet. I'll take a challenger here. Let's go. Gonna give us a big enemy. Okay, apparently I summoned that at a bad time. Alas, here we are. Okay, here we go. Force armor, 10% whole damage resistance. Let's go. Feels super scary because our ability to heal is predicated on our ability to deal damage, so if there's nothing on the screen and we're taking self-damage, there's no source of healing. Okay, we're taking core shielding now, 20% self-damage resist. Let's check out what the self-damage resist is. That'd be pretty decent. 56% with a 10% damage resistance modifier to the body. Nice. Fusion's pretty great here because Glaush is essentially a bunch of segments, so Lightning's getting basically maximum effectiveness on this enemy. Alright, we're getting there. Terminate's going to pop off here soon. There it is. Hey, Purification, let's go. We're ready for Dying Star now, I think. Purification gives additional regeneration, which is separate from Essence Sap, for every burning enemy, which is every enemy with a dart stuck in it. When we grab Dying Star, it'll be every enemy on the screen. Or any enemy within a very far proximity from us. Yeah, okay. Emergency system is kind of cool because we get a 0.8 second invulnerability period when the shield goes down, and we're sitting on low shield pretty constantly. So I think this could save us from getting completely railroaded by one enemy. It's not much of an insurance, but it's something. Yo, Corngar, thanks for 46 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation, man. Thank you. Big bada boo. Ooh, that's a scary wave, man. Pick up this guy. The Zap. Get him, got him good. Ooh, it's almost 120. Be pretty cool to get Dying Star right before the boss, so we have all that AoE damage. While the shield protects you, the reason that keyword is that way is it denotes that it doesn't work if it's protecting your constructs. So you pass your shield onto the constructs, it's no longer protecting you. But I mean, that also just means when your shield is up, too, but then it has to be on your ship as well. You know, I'm going to just say Celestial Surge is pretty good. Let's just go in here. Really good on this boss anyways. Yeah, the damage just isn't quite there without Dying Star, and that's alright. I wasn't expecting this build to be, like, anything ridiculous. It's been a proof of concept, at least. Build's kind of exciting because we can get here without having darts, which we spent 6 or 7 upgrades on. Firefly might actually be the truest Celestial Surge ship to use, just that 15% self-damage resist start. It's pretty massive. Alright, Tempest Break's doing quite a bit of damage there. That's nice. should not be here. Got him. All right, pretty sweet on the boss fight there. For a little throw together, definitely not bad. A little under a 2 cycle. If your build can 1 cycle that boss, is doing fantastic. 2 cycles, pretty normal, and 3 cycle would be maybe a slightly weaker build, but definitely not bad. Alright, it's either going to kill us or it's not. Ignite everything in a huge radius. Ignite damage is increased proportionally to your proximity targets and your missing hull and shields. Plus 20% burn damage, 30% ignite damage. 12 self damage a second. Okay, so we're basically stable when there's enemies on the screen. That's exciting. Now what? Let's do a roll here. Definitely not opposed to guidance. Don't think the splinter projectiles do the infusion. Let's hit guidance here. It's a little bit slower darts, but better aiming. Means our darts will find targets more frequently. You know, loaded mines would be really good here too, just for an additional source of damage. Ooh, yeah, that burn damage is real. It's real. Okay, why is my shield being drained constantly? What's up with that? I don't have Gemini Protocol, right? I guess self-damage is split between the hull and shields. Interesting. Yeah, because I guess it would say 12 hull damage a second if it was hull damage. Good to know. Honestly, having Tempest Break perpetually proccing is not necessarily bad. We're getting a little bit less infusion damage, but our darts are up about half the time. It's funky, and I like it. Let's go weapon mastery. Sure, man. I think the Omni Shield version of this build works just a little bit better. It's a good run we got going, though. Boy, this run's just gonna like, it's gonna hit something, it's just gonna die right away. You can just tell it's a really strong build, but it's also super weak defensively. We'll just play real good. Okay, let's take mines. The invulnerability time on the shield's actually helping out a lot more than I thought it would. Thanks, emergency systems. Wave 160. Heck of a wave there, man. Uh-oh. Where am I? Totally alive is where I am. Sure. Yikes. Build is like, it's really working. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for here. I guess agility sounds good. Being able to strafe into Celestial Surge would be a great way to increase our damage. Alright, so the version of this I want to try next, I think is Infuse Pulse, which would take much less of a weapons investment and would give us basically like an infused burst around the ship, and then we can go Omni Shield instead, gain the ability to surge and do big Celestial Surge and other stuff. Or we can also just go Pulse Discharge and drop the Infuse effect altogether. It's tempting. We'll see. Got to have some kind of justification for not going into Hidden Power. There's got to be something, some bonus for not taking that. And I think Infuse on the projectiles from the Pulse would be a pretty nice upside, because you get a lot more reach. And also we get longer lightning. Yo, Barwin RS, thanks for 32 months. Much appreciation. Thank Thank you. Alright, let's just bravado here, gives us higher base stats and a little more self-damage resist. It'll make all the enemies more dangerous though, so we'll see what happens. Uh-oh. These waves are spicy, man. Uh-oh. Spaghetti. Dude, emergency system's clutching it right now. Wouldn't even say I'm playing this run terribly well, just it's going well. Amazing. Emergency systems never look so good as it has on this build. Tell you what. Also, Tempest Break Dying Star is a lot of damage. Actually, I'm thinking about this build right now. If I take Gemini Protocol, would it keep my shields up at 1? It might. Or take Strafe here. Strafe's going to be nice because now we can do this. Launch the big fireball. Wave 200. So I think this source of damage is a lot more on point than putting all the points in Infuse. Like, if we get the right setup, the fireball is very extreme in the amount of damage it can produce. It's a really fun weapon to use, I'll give it that. Not dead? Awesome. Nearly almost dead is the name of the game here. While your shield protects you, damage is divided evenly between your hull and shields if enough of each is available. While your shield protects your constructs, damage is divided evenly between your constructs, hull, and your shields. Enough of each is available. Okay, so it doesn't actually take your health on the constructs anymore. Fair enough. I think loaded mines looking pretty good here. I'm almost feeling like maybe Sentinel could be a target for this too, because the shield damage resistance would work the same as self-damage resistance at the end. The extra 40 starting thrust on this ship, though. That's tough to turn down. Also, Viper would have 50% more ignite damage. We're talking about raw damages. Yo, Doomer, thanks for 101 months. My man, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take another masochism here. Where's self-damage resist at now? 65 and then 10, so 75 total. That's pretty good. We are taking 9% more damage from enemies, which is scary. But we kind of need that self-damage resist in order to be pulling off the high-speed fireball. It's a lot of self-damage incoming on those. You've been zip-zapping. Worth noting the Celestial Surge is extremely effective on the Star Eater boss. Makes it pretty desirable. Yeah, that's the one right there. Damn. That's phase 2 right now. Love it. A big improvement on damage there. Yo, Celestial Surge is real good on Star Eater. Love it. Look at all that XP. It's beautiful. Okay, not dead yet. Almost, though. That was our nearest death experience so far. I'm really enjoying this build, but I will say it's a very intensive build to pilot. I mean, sure. Tried that one, Crusher. It's fun. Haven't tried it in a while, that's for sure. Oh boy, I think some combination of that Railgunner wave is going to be what takes us out. Yeah, it's a really chaotic build too, Couch Mouse, so I don't blame you for losing track of it. We've made a real one here. So I'm kind of curious about going into a build that has Celestial Surge as the main source of damage. And if we're going to do that, it kind of feels like we're back to Hidden Power, but in a slightly different capacity. All right, how many weapon mods did we take here? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we don't have to go into Essence Sap either, so it's like 9 mods that are freed up. Tempest Break as well, Infuse, 10, 11. Yeah, we're going to try this different. We're going to go to Celestial Surge. We're going to build something similar, but we're going to stay out of weapons, more or less. I'm open to trying this with and without Hidden Power, but it's hard to imagine with the burn damage being the main source of damage that Hidden Power wouldn't be correct at the 40% global damage. All right, quick restroom break for me, and then we're going to head right into another run of Nova Drift. All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience there. Let's head into another run right now. I'll try Firefly again. I think mass self-damage resist can be it. I also feel like taking Omni Shield into Regenerative Shields is a better buffer versus Dying Star in the self-damage than we had with Essence Sap. Swords are definitely a fine start. We don't have to invest weapons in that, and they'll get us through the early to mid game, hopefully. You can do it, Swords. I believe in you. All right, we're going Orbital Shield, Firefly. It's surreal to think this game releases in 2 days after a 10-year development cycle. What an amazing game. I almost certainly want this tree, but I can get away without it right now. That's for sure. Okay, let's go Shield Effect Radius. So Did I skip shield here? No, we're good. It's just down right now. On this particular shield, the shield effect power affects how quickly the orbs scale up when you take damage. And orbs can degenerate or outright remove enemy projectiles, so the rate that they scale is pretty important. Man, I wonder if there's a version of this build that doesn't even go discharge. You just go straight for the Celestial Lance, Celestial Surge. That seems like a stretch, but an interesting thought. Let's go shield durability for now. Hard to pinpoint exactly Vasanor, but Shredder Mine's the start of it, for sure. Okay, I am going to take one Masochism while it's here. I know I want at least one of these. Probably two, and maybe up to 4, depending on what the regeneration looks like later. Yeah. Okay, shield cooldown. Energized shields definitely is good, but not something we need yet. Let's take volatile shields. So we're going Omni Shield this time. There's no way we're going to reduce our shielding with flash shielding. 25% less shielding when you go Omni Shield is pretty brutal. Not untakeable, but tough. Galvanic Outburst is aight. I'm going to take Efficiency for now. Ooh, stonks. Next recursive wild mod you choose gain additional 3 times and banish. Let's go. Frankly, Masochism might be a good choice from that. Oh, there it is. Alright, so 5 Masochisms would be 15% extra damage taken from enemies, which is definitely brutal. But in return, we get targets take more global damage the more damage you are, and 8% self-damage resistance. So this would put us at 40% self-damage resist plus the 15 on the base of the ship, so 55. And when we end up going Gemini Protocol, Dying Star, and we have 1 hull all the time, we'll also be getting, well, we'll just call it 7.5% or 8%. Let's just call it 8% for consistency. More global damage per one of these. So they're 40% global damage on that too. I'm gonna give this a try. A little bit of a dubious beginning. But this build is all about dealing self-damage. And that global damage at the end of the build is going to be amazing. Yo, No Mesta, thanks for 122 months. Legend. Thanks so much. He's gone? Okay. Out of swords now? Okay, reflexive shields, definitely something we want here. Oh, regeneration as well. It's going to go reflexive, because getting to Omni Shields is enough right now. There we go, Omni Shield. Probably should have let my shield be not on cooldown before taking that mod. I'm not ready for hidden power yet, because I do not have discharge. We need regeneration. If we get regenerative shields, we're in a very stable place defensively for quite a while. I'll take adaptive armor for now. Honestly, kind of a strange beginnings on this run. Okay, there's regenerative shields. So now we have 5.79 shield regeneration a second. Awesome. Discharge, nice. Now we are ready for hidden power. Discharge on the swords is pretty nice. Yeah, reroll's tempting, but stabilization's the one for us. Nice. Boss got dominated there. Let's go. Okay, Gemini Protocol is an important part of activating our global damage from masochism and from... There's another mod that does it. Adrenal module. That's the one. Yeah, I'm unsure if I want Rebuke or if I want to go for the Channeling this time. We do get shield effect power for armor stacks with this. And then improves total regeneration. Let's take Channeling for this one. We'll go more defensive on this side. Been playing this more offensively, but I don't think damage is actually going to be the problem on this build when we get late. It's going to be dying to massive waves of enemies. Imagine that. Yeah, self-damage resist. What's our damage resist right now? Wow, 79% with 16% regular damage resist. Thought there was an effective cap of 75 on self-damage resist. It might actually be a little bit over right now. It's gonna be pretty easy to take Dying Star and Celestial Surge with that. I need Candescence for Dying Star. Let's take Candescence now. We're basically ready for Dying Star, even before Hidden Power. Here's hidden power. Let's go. Plus 40% global damage, max hull, max shield, shield effect radius, shield effect power, and thrust. 10% shield cooldown and regeneration. Banishes all non-wild weapon and construct upgrades. You're going to see a huge banish list here on the right after this pick. Looking good. I'm going to take Adrenal Module here because Adrenal Module is going to be basically 25% global damage. I'm going to go ahead and go Blast Radius. I'm pretty sure deflagration is kind of the in-game goal here for being able to clear the large groups of enemies. Okay, here's Dying Star. We're going to go for it. Ignite everything in a huge radius. Ignite damage increase proportionally to your proximity targets, your missing hull and shields. That's us. We're perpetually on one hull with Gemini Protocol in this setup, which is a good thing. Because we now have a 202% global damage modifier. Oh, yeah. That's some damages, man. Yo, J-Lang 11, 10 years indeed, 120 months. Thank you so much. You're right. I have kept streaming. You've kept watching. That's awesome, man. Get this guy before he shields him. I can. Oh, God. Oh, God. I want to die here. Heck. Oh, scary. I mismaneuvered. That's actually a really good regression. I'm going to take this. I'm not taking either of these trees. Okay, Purge is the one I want. Purge gets us set up for deflagration later. Well, definitely not a banish here. Whichever side I take on this is fine. With no Discord orbs, it might actually be high explosive we're looking for. Focus shields is kind of a must here, but I don't need to take it yet. I think kinetic boost probably gives us the highest percentage damage right now. Okay, purification, awesome. Get burn and ignite damage, and also get regeneration per ignited enemy. Wow, we're actually repairing hull here? That's crazy. We have so much self-damage resist that we're powering through the hull damage, which is being split between hull and shields from Dying Star. That's spicy. Oh, I think we're ready for Celestial Lance then. Yeah, even going super fast here, we're stable. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. Just gotta get strafe now, and then we're in the business of fireballs. We'll still do mini fireball, but not near the speed I can build up if I have strafe. I wonder if high explosive increases the radius of deflagration. It might. I'll give this a try. Kind of stands to reason it would, because it's a blast effect. Wow. Boom, get roasted. We're going to go ahead and take Rupture now, because it puts deflagration in the pool. Damage on this build's nuts. 206% global damage modifier. Let's see when we get some movement speed going. What are we at? 235. Yeah, that's more like it. I really need agility to get to strafe here. Barrier looks okay just for the more maximum shields. What's evolutionary niche view? Does thruster damage, self-damage, or just whole crash damage resist? Let's get focus shields working. 25% shield effect power is 25% faster expansion on the orbs, and it also brings the orbs closer to the ship, so there's less gapping for projectiles to get through. Unbelievably shreddy right now. Okay, here we go. Okay, it says destroying an ignite enemy will consume any ignites and trigger deflagration, dealing blast damage to nearby targets. So I have to assume that blast radius is affecting deflagration. That is my assumption. Yeah, the blast radius definitely increased. That's something I didn't realize before. It's a pretty big bonus to deflagration. I was previously taking concentrated blasts. All previous iterations of this build, I had Discord orbs, and the concentrated blast increases their damage, so I was about that. Oh god, I want to be in here, man. Oh, he got roasted up huge. Dang, dude. Boom, get roasted. Improved thrusters definitely seems like a take here. Kind of want to go for agility, though, to maybe get strafe on the next level up before the boss. I think I'll just take improved thrusters. Yeah, I think this Masochism route, this could also work on Viper, which just had 50% ignite damage. So I think Firefly is maybe even the better pick, because it has better mobility, and that built-in self-damage resist is not inefficient here. It's letting us maintain Celestial Surge with not seeing any reduction in our shield, which is crazy. Okay, there's agility. Awesome. Strafe is now in the pool. Oh, man. Revelation gets the triple wild mods. We kind of got to take that. I guess we'll delay Strafe here to take Revelation. Not my preference, but fair. I just tried to blink through that. I don't have blink, man. Listen here, bud. Keep it cool, daddy-o. Should get pretty significant damage on the coil phase here. Phase 2. Oh god. Heck. Hecky me, we got him. Yo, Beastmaster Garo, thanks so much for that Prime sub. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying enough to even consider. Cheers. Dude, Afterlife Max, so sorry for missing your 59 months earlier as well. My bad. As always, ever late to or miss your support, you sincerely apologize. Got a terrible case of humanitis myself. It is true. Also, no alerts playing in my ears as part of our noticeables format, so thanks for your patience in that regard. I mean, Streamline's good, Strafe is good, Energized Shield's also very good. So we get faster shield cooldown, which is kind of our layer of safety. I'm just going to take Strafe for now, and we can do a big fireball. Whoops, all dead. Whoops. Wow, D-Flag gets really good with that high damage amount. So Apotheosis is tempting here because we could just stand on top of some enemies, but I'm actually kind of down on Apotheosis lately. It does have some nice benefits, but the downside of minus 20% shields is pretty high. Yo, Valdemar, thanks for 91 months, dude. Thank you. Really not that much left in the pool here, honestly. Alright, I'm going to take Barrier. It is plus 5% maximum shields, so we're getting 246 shields right now with 7 regeneration a second. That's good. Okay, that was super risky, but I enjoyed it. Yo, KG the Direct, thanks for that 100 bits. Kicking off the hype train, too. Thanks, man. Oh, snap. 3 times Grandeur is a pretty serious pick here. That'll give us 6 levels right now. I think we're taking that. Yo, Matt Ledge, thanks for 41 months. Enjoy that lurk. It's going to make us a little bit slower, too, but I'm all right with that. 30% body gear power. I mean, Atarax is pretty good here. I'm going to take Streamline instead. And then Blink. We don't have a Galvanic Outburst yet, do we? Let's take that. Conversion is base stats here. I'm going to take it. Wait, how does Solar Heart work here? Probably pretty bad, actually. Let's go ahead and take a Scorching Wake. And I'll take a Slipstream, which helps offset some of the Grandeur malices. Cool pickup, though, man. 6 levels is not insignificant. Still a pretty nice movement speed, too, with that. So we basically spent 2 level ups to gain 6 levels, so we get +4 at the end of that for some Thrust and Turd Radius Malices. It's a pretty fair trade-off. Now, if we were playing on a ship that was not Firefly, that minus thrust would have been a lot more painful. Okay, I'll take an energized shield. So we definitely want at least one of these. Shield effect power increased by current speed, so that's the rate that our orbs expand. You've been blip blap. I wonder if Warp Strike lets this projectile wrap the screen. I bet it does. Wouldn't really be worth it, but it's fun to think about. So deflagration was definitely the right choice here. Oops, all dead. Burned from the inside. Whoops. Bring it on, you oversized turkeys. All right, before we go any further, I'm going to stand up stretch here real quick, use the restroom, grab some water. Also going to be taking a short break here to eat. Food already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. And if I don't take my break right now, I'm going to get mauled by a medium-sized animal named Daisy Doo. Here she comes. Longest kidders I know. Also the most desperate for treats cat I've ever met. Be back soon. All right, I'm sitting back down here. Thanks for your patience during that brief one. All right, most excellent. Okay, so this build's going really awesome. Just to review, we're doing kind of that same idea of the hidden power build, but this time I didn't force into so many galvanic outbursts and energized shields. We went for 5 masochisms. So we're at like the highest amount of self-damage resist that you can get. All right, now we're going to go slipstream here. We took Grandeur, so we want to take some slipstreams for sure. This build is banking on dealing a lot of damage with the Fireball, which is definitely paying off. Global damage modifier 207%, so we get up to about 240 when we're fully strafing, I think. 254 even. Okay, no more testing on that. It's going to get us killed. The thing I'm most impressed about with Celestial Surge Fireball is how long the tick is lasting afterwards. Really nice. Just readjusting here and sipping some coffee, and then we'll be in. Okay, how much damage is this? 180 a second. I might as well take Deadly Wake here. If I'm going to take Scorching Wake, this is just a better version of Scorching Wake, more or less. Weaponized Shields has okay damage, but not enough reach here. Let's just take Deadly Wake. The Fire Trail is substantial damage, and it lasts a lot longer than the Scorching Wake projectiles, and does more damage. I think this is my favorite version of the Hidden Power build yet. I was really expecting it to be Viper because of the damage, but at the end of this build, damage isn't the problem. It's survivability. Firefly's got it. Basically, like we're operating with the Celestial Surge. Even with the plus 35% damage it's adding, like we're still super stable. Yeah, the damage is definitely stacked. There's nothing wrong with taking both. Just if there's an option between one or the other, Deadly Wake is the better damage option. Big bada boom. I gotta adjust again here. 1 sec. I'm just like all sideways right now. This happens. Why is my spacing different? Because I put my cups in the wrong spot. Easy. Woo! I like that. I like that. Imagine you spawn into this sector, you're like, I'm gonna get this guy, and then his huge fireball right away. That's tough, man. That's tough. Energized shields is cool. I really like this as a damage source on the bulwarks because we're not getting the shield all charged up, messing around with other sources of damage. I say, movement-wise, this is a very advanced build. There's no way I could have pulled this off any time in the past couple years I've been playing. Not since I added in Strafe and some other stuff. But it's definitely powerful. And even without the Celestial Surge here, this build is very strong and very easy to operate otherwise. Celestial Surge, at least for me, I'm just recently wrapping my head around how to use it. It's cool. The burn damage is real. Nice. Rupture messed him up, dude. Ooh. Spicy boy hecky lad. Oh, man. That is one satisfying build. I'm gonna use a reroll here. Yeah. We are kind of like running out of mods to take, more or less. Now, polar inversion actually would increase the blast radius of deflagration, I'm now realizing. Let's do one more roll here. Man, I mean, another slipstream, I probably just snap this up. We haven't seen much else. Evolutionary niche is okay here, but much better on some other ships. Now let's just take one more slipstream. I'm going to be very slippery, but at least we have space breaks. There's a lot of stats that affect the way you move. You got friction, you know, thrust, stabilization, all that stuff, but grandeur makes your ship bigger and reduces thrust and rotation speed. It doesn't say anything about friction, and friction's kind of a hidden way to increase your max speed more, because the less friction that we have when we start our strafe boost, the quicker we reach our maximum speed. So low friction means big fireball on a short strafe. Pretty sweet. Bonk. Yep, that's right, the best round. That's exactly it. That's our banish mods. Almost all of those were banished from the hidden power mod, removing construct and weapon mods from the pool. .278 global damage modifier. There we go. Well, Rampage is interesting, but I think a little hard for me to take at the moment. One more roll then. Ranger is more levels, but with nothing we have actually scaling off of that, that's a tough one to take. I think Corrosion's actually pretty decent. It's a minimal amount of damage right now, but it does make it even more chaining damage at deflag. I'm really waffling on that pick, actually. I'm going to do one more roll here. I'm going to take another Scorching Wake here. Ooh, that destroyed Warbringer with the AoE damage? Oh, man. That's pretty good, dude. Okay, this is exactly why we don't do this. Waves like that. But it's so fun. Okay, serious time right now. So Star Eater 2 is a very big encounter. Sip of coffee real quick. And that mod list is looking pretty beautiful over there. Very wild run. No Discord orbs on this one. A little unfortunate, but also fair. Okay, so the trigger is I gotta pick my moments. Not get too greedy on damage, but also understand I can do a lot of damage. Phase 2. I've learned just to keep it cool on this phase. This is where if you get greedy, you die. These orbs are very serious sources of damage. Whoa, dude. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Not die about it now. Yeah. Okay, if we make it to Star Eater 3, I gotta play it much more passively than I played it here. So you face Star Eater on wave 120, 240, and then every 240 waves after that. This +1 reroll, huh? I mean... Can also just take Rebuke right now, getting vulnerability on enemies. I think this is going to be the way to go. Means I probably should have taken this instead of channeling, but that's a lesson we can take into a future run. Right now, I think adding vulnerability to bosses especially is going to be very nice. What happened, sir? What happened? What's our like damage per second rate on this run? Does it not tell us 'cause we don't have a weapon? That's fair. 211% global damage modifier. Here we go. Average damage is 17,000 a second right now. It's pretty sweet. The damage on just Deadly Wake right now, this global damage modifier is so huge. Universe with the big assist. Oh man. Not the spawn-in he was hoping for, I'm sure. Yikes. That's a lot of damage right there. Careful. Ooh, that's a really serious wave right there. I actually see Aegis being okay in some situations. Let's roll here. Alright, Energized Shields is definitely acceptable. Their shield cooldown right now, 4.46 seconds. Not bad. I'm really careful around these guys. That thermal lance they have is huge. And we're taking 50% more damage from enemies because of the 5 maskins we have. Yeah, this build's pretty sweet, Boot Rick. I'm enjoying it. I was really expecting Viper to be the one, but it seems like Firefly with the self-damage disc is really pulling this off, I think, the best out of the ones I've tried. Later, Tater. It's deflagration that's doing so well here because the blast damage of the shockwave is based on the ignite damage, and we're igniting for like 15k or so with the big fireball. So when that segment explodes, it does that damage to every other segment, which are also burning. Big bada boom. He got shielded. Good for him. Good for him. Can't hide forever, Mr. Bugmans. I mean, another energized shields here is pretty blessed. I think guys keep taking it. Basically, anything functional is just a pick here. From 4.46 to 4.31 a second shield cooldown. Not bad. Later, taters. And deflagration is a skill. Scary moment there. I love those little turret guys when you have a dying star because the missiles just explode before they reach you. You be you, little turret. Keep them coming, friend. Wow, really? That's where the damage is at right now? That is so spicy. The hammer has to chase us at all, and they just die. Later, taters. Okay, they did get double snakes off here. That's a dangerous combo. They keep showing me Aegis, and I should probably take it at some point. Let's roll one more time here. Okay, I believe that plus 15 blast radius is going to increase the radius on deflagration. Let's see if that is true. It definitely did. That's awesome. Look at that reach. That was a discovery just this run, that blast radius increases deflagration's radius, which was a very fair logic take. I just never thought about it because I just kept taking concentrated blast for Discord orbs instead. Say extra radius on deflag is definitely worth more than more damage on Discord orbs, which we don't even have on this run, and it's still working this well. Ooh, that's a wave right there. Calm down with that, would ya? Where'd they go? That was really dumb. A lot of projectiles, friend. Wave 340. Oh man, that deflagration radius was so awesome on that wave. Let's go. No, there's definitely diminishing returns on shield cooldown. The lowest you're probably going to get is around 3.5 seconds. Maybe 3 with a very specific build that's not intent on keeping shields up. Yeah, the white number should be rupture, I think. Could have something to do with deflagration, too. That could be the blast damage of deflagration. It's actually probably what it is. Almost dead here. Yeah, the white number is the deflagration blast damage. The red aura that explodes when enemies die. And it's so big because the amount of damage is based on the ignite damage the enemy's taking, so it's taking the direct value of the Celestial Surge and applying it to a shockwave blast damage. .3 shield cooldown. Awesome, right? All right, we broke 3 mil here. Probably reroll here. One more. Okay, Galvanic Outburst is 5% shield effect power. That's definitely a pickable rate right now. Wow, they're fast, man. I'll give it to them. Oh no, GG. Ooh. I got splodied. Tough but fair. That's the game. GG. Well, quite a few revelations on that build. Well, I mean, Celestial Surge is really good if you have enough self-damage resist. I think that build is capable of 5 million if we don't die there. Let's do more of a standardized build here. Do some architect shenanigans. You know, amp is the natural synergy here. Because velocity equals damage for a railgun. Okay, definitely some targeting to start is nice. Velocity for sure. It'll be a little slow going here at the start of a railgun run. It's just kind of how it is for railgun. Railgun has a very, very high potential maximum damage. But you gotta work into it. Okay, I'm gonna take mines right now. Just having mines on architects gonna give us a lot more incidental damage here. Ow. Let's not die now. Unless. Okay, looks like we're gonna live. Maybe. Heck. Scary, man. So Architect receives massive bonuses to constructs. We can only have one construct at a time. We're choosing mines in this case to go loaded mines and have loaded railgun shots. Elegant construction's being taken here. Would love to get more projectiles for this railgun. Fear that if I don't soon, we're going to be in trouble. I'm going to take skirmish. Okay, here's Revelation. There's the mod I want, but I'm not going to turn down triple wild mod. That's basically getting a free level this run. Gotta have it. Hmm. Still going pretty good here, Imtala. Thanks for asking. A very fun day in Nova Drift so far. I'm going to be taking rapid fire. I guess I'll just take it now. That XP is all over the place. Like 3 times spontaneous generation. Let's take terminate here, though. And those mines are popping right now. All right, loaded mines good. Take snipe here as a piece of warp strike. Yo, Varel, thanks so much for 8 months. Appreciate that continuation. Thank you. Feeling surprisingly powerful for only the one projectile so far. The blast radius. This will give every single railgun connection a little shockwave, and that shockwave will damage enemies for a percentage of the damage. Overall, pretty good. Let's take weapon projectiles now. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be going for antimatter rounds here. It's gonna be a sketchy run, I'll say that. I wouldn't be surprised if it dies early or goes super late. Both those things could happen. Stabilization is gonna be a must. Minefield is actually good for the loaded mines, but until we have warp strike, I don't think it really matters what we do with the mines. Not helping that much. Okay, improved thrusters, part of warp strike, and also something we just want. Architect's basically base mobility. Yeah, 100 thrust, 120 hull. 120 hull is pretty sweet. Ow. Cool. Yikes. Noise. Ooh, Death Blossom. Let's get this going. Definitely incentivizes keeping the shield and probably going Tempest Break. Now when our shield pops, we get 360-degree rotating projectiles from the ship. Yeah, buddy, Pinball Wiz. Nova Drift full release on Monday. Hard to believe. Incredible to say. No. Essence Sap is really good, and there's that shield cooldown as well. Essence Sap for now does keep us a lot safer. Ooh, Death Blossom looks pretty good already. Well, Quantum Decoherence is +5 levels. Losing all rerolls is kind of tough because this build is quite focused. We want to get specific things all the way down, and having screens be mods we don't really want is tough. I'm going to go Mind Specialist here. In terms of content, definitely not best. There's only 2 days till release. No more content features outside what's already in the beta, I'm sure. I would assume. Okay, let's take agility here. Rotation speed is an amazing defensive stat. Alright, well, amazing amount of damage here. Get blasted, fiends. Alright, some good picks here, but I'm going to take Weapon Mastery. Plus a bunch of good stats for our weapon. Even without Warp Strike, we're kind of shredding right now. Feels good, man. Dude, Renzo, thanks so much for 142 months. I'm doing awesome. Thanks for asking, Renzo. Thanks for that amazing support and being a part of this channel community for so long now. 142. I mean, Warpath is definitely good, but I think I'm just going to take Whole Strength right now. We're keeping Death Blossom, so getting a little bit of tankiness will be required. think I might be using my first reroll here. Or taking Minefield. I'm going to take Minefield eventually anyways, so I'm going to do it. A little bit less projectiles per mine, but 50% faster generation of mines. Well, I'd really appreciate seeing Deadly Wake here to get towards Warp Strike. Take Strafe. Currently going for just Railgun Architect Renzo. We're going to avoid Infusion on this one. Go for more of a raw projectile stat. We'll see. Get your shield back, friend. Not the best Dweller build right here. I got faith, though. Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're fine because the blast radius going off on shots. Without that, this is a very dubious fight. Still tough. We're getting there. I'll take that. We have one and a third cycle Dweller. Fair enough. This is something I want. I also want to get Singular Strike for the mines, but it's not there yet. Grab payload. I'm gonna take Incendiary Strike here. Now when we hit something with the Railgun, it takes that damage over time again. We're going for kind of a low projectile, high damage count, so this does provide quite a bit of damage. And on boss fights, it basically means we just have to focus on dodging, because they'll be burning down just on the Railgun shots. A very functional damage increase. Oh man, are we doing it again? 3 times Grandeur? We are going to get construct assembly speed from this. I guess the issue I'm having here, if I take this, I'm going to be very slow. Three times evolutionary niche would be technically better. Nah, what the hey, I'm going for it. Man, 30% body gear powers is 15% construct assembly speed and 9% mine effect. All right, let's do this. We're going to take Ataraxia here, and we're going to stockpile 5 upgrades. We're going to upgrade when we get to 6. It's going to give us global damage, thrust, hull, and shield for each held upgrade. I like how our ship is now, like, comically large. We're larger than a lot of the enemies. Take that, monsters. Okay. We get a lot of bonuses for this. So for holding 5 levels, you're getting 25% global damage, 5% hull, shields, and 5% thrust. Then we get 30% body gear powers as well, which is all that mine effect stuff. There's nothing wrong also with just taking the level ups, but definitely liking this. Yeah, burnout reactors are definitely a want here. Maybe not a need. I'm gonna take burst fire. Only done a few runs where we saved to 20. Almost never saved to just 10 in my experience. Did some Ataraxia builds a couple weeks ago. They can be a lot of fun, but I think the biggest power level increase is usually at 5, like on Architect, or even Vipers getting 15% Ignite. Stick high explosive. This is going to make our projectiles have even a bigger shockwave. Man, when this run actually gets Warp Strike going on, you watch out. Okay, we're going to take Evolutionary Niche pretty much every time we see it. Get body gear powers improved by 10%, so that's 3% mine effect, 5% construct rate of fire, 5% construct assembly speed. Yo, Blaine86, thanks so much for 68 months. Appreciate that continuation, partner. Thank you. Okay, here's Deadly Wake, which is what we needed. This allows Blink to go in the pool, which will then put Warp Strike in the pool. A little awkward not to have that yet, but our level count's not exactly accurate with the grandeurs we've taken. Steam 313, thanks for 143 months. 143. Legend. I'm going to roll here. Okay, well, Rupture is being taken. Yikes. Okay, there's Blink. Thank goodness. Warp Strike's in the pool now. Once we have that, this build can actually start operating at a normalized level. We're not doing bad, but Warp Strike makes our damage probably 50 to 60% better because the mine projectiles aren't being wasted. And really, our mines are producing as much potential damage as we are. They're in it to win it. Oh no. Alright, Ammon dead, that's nice. Blast radius blast radius does wonders on Glaushes, because every single projectile we land is having a 10% of that value spread across like 12 other segments on the enemy ship. Are you saying that mines gain the calibrate effect, Nomad Kane? Be good for charge mines. But not here, yeah. I'm gonna roll here. Cool. That's nice to know on calibrate. There we go. Warp Strike. Alright, we're cooking now. Damage is okay right now. I just had a build idea that's a little funny. What if we did Loaded Mines Engineer Overseer, and then you could drop 12 loaded railgun mines at a time? Probably wouldn't actually be that good, but it's fun to think about. Yeah, I'm getting low on rerolls here. I gotta be careful. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take this. Let's take Juggernaut right now and put Singular Strike in the pool. Also, what is the super mod to get antimatter rounds? Payload plus concentrated blast. Okay. Even larger ship. What? What just did damage to me there? That was scary. Had to be some kind of leftover trail that I was not seeing. Don't do that. I like this minuscule blink radius. It's still helpful, but it's as comically short as our ship is large. Oh, scary. Almost dead doesn't count, man. I mean, honestly, just the slipstream right now sounds pretty sweet. I'm clunky at the moment. Alright, Star Eater 1 down. Alright, here we go. Singular strike. Your weapon behaves as though your weapon projectiles count as one. Your weapon projectiles count beyond one is fused into your single projectile. So now we're gonna get big shockwave railgun mines. More or less, my job is to collect the XP for the next couple levels. right, Concentrated Blast allows for antimatter rounds, which is something I'm interested in here. We'll give our Railgun projectiles degenerative capabilities to enemy projectiles, which is very helpful. Since we're not firing very often, the downside shouldn't be that big of a deal. Oh, also, it'll make our weapon a really cool purple color. What's not to like? I'm liking the current level of visual clutter. It's a lot, but not too much. Yo, antimatter round's just gonna show up here. Let's go. Projectiles fired by you that collide with enemy projectiles that hit. When this happens, impacting projectiles degenerate or destroy each other depending on their relative power and size. We have a very strong projectile, so almost always the railgun will completely diminish the enemy projectile. Erase it, even. Had a small reduction to its own damage, but not enough that no matter. Ooh, look at that purple, though. Yo, Mini Minitover, thanks so much for 34 months. Glad you could be here today. Cheers. This build is a beaut, no doubt about it. All right, quick restroom break and water refill for me. I'll be back in just a second for some more Nova Drift action. I think I'm going to take a focus fire here to get Barrage in the pool, and then we'll take Warpath after that. Okay, be right back. All right, have returned. Thank you so much for your patience. Sat back down here properly, and then we'll click back into our run. I was thinking on break, like, is this version of the build better or worse than the salvo version? I say, it's hard to say. As for right now, I'm not even going to worry about firing myself. No point. Wait, 165. Not too shabby. I think the coverage on salvo is better. Ooh, lead. Yep, charge shot salvo is definitely a great feel. I agree. A lot of great builds in this particular vein. Okay, spontaneous generation is actually a pretty solid pick here, but if I go into self-destruction and then candescence, we could potentially get burnout reactors, which would be 30% more construct rate of fire and assembly speed. I think they're both pretty clean here. Let's take this because it's, well, it looks cool. Good enough reason for me. This build will ultimately succumb to not having enough movement speed, but for right now it's got a really good power level, and I can still do a lot of really good dodging at this current speed. Could be a build where I consider Apotheosis as kind of a stopgap to movement speed. Okay, I do want shield cooldown, flash shielding to get Tempest Break. That is one big escalation we can get here, because we have Death Blossom as well. So the shield going down and coming back up is a positive effect for us. Hit him with the old army of little fellers. Get him. Okay, this is actually a pretty nasty wave 200. We're just going to have to play smart here and survive. Or we can get a gigantic assist by that comet. Thank you so much, Universe. Appreciate that. Ooh, our Deadly Wake Trail and the tracers the enemies are leaving are dangerously close in color. Am I seeing this right? That the blast radius is also doing the antimatter rounds? Trying to keep an eye on this, but I feel like that's what I just saw. Like, the blast radius was helping to degenerate projectiles. There's a lot of purple stuff happening there. Flash shielding, let's go. Yeah, exactly, Rick. That's what I was thinking too. That exactly, you said the blast tree is part of the antimatter pick, so it does kind of stand to reason. It's just hard to notice right now. Yeah, the explosions are also purple. You're right. Okay. Be able to tell better if we get a wave that has a lot of projectiles, like double shredder mine or the turret lab. So keep an eye out for that. Okay, it's actually looking like the purple explosions are just the radius explosion, right? And then I don't know. Gonna have to keep looking. Ooh, Tempest Break showed up right away. Let's go. We have faster shield cooldown, shield effect power, which is damage and velocity here for our weapon. Plus thrust, minus maximum shields. When our shield breaks, we get the Death Blossom effect, and the cooldown cannot be interrupted, so we get the shield back. Rinse and repeat. Okay, I saw it here. The explosions are not degenerating projectiles. That's fair. My confusion was the shockwaves becoming purple from antimatter rounds. Still really good. Damn. Yeah, if the blast radius was doing it, would have eliminated some of those projectiles right there. Fair enough. Look at my little guy's getting zoned out there. Oh no, that's terrible. Leave my little fellers alone. We're just doing little guy stuff. Damage is pretty good here. Oh, there's like a little sweet spot down here on that phase. Good to know. Probably not all that reliable, but it could be helpful. We're gonna get really stupendous damage on the coil phase because our mines are going to be exploding inside the coil. We're going to get massive AoE damage from all the various blast radius shockwaves on all the segments. Oh, snap. Or he's gonna scissor me. That's fine. I think the salvo version of that's just better. And that's cool. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go for a draft mode run. And we're going to go for a Firefly. I want to try Rainbow Hadouken. Just the Rainbow Celestial Lance like we were doing, with maybe a little less pieces. So we'll try to build it up very minimal and get to a point where we can fight as we spawn in. So we'll be starting on Star Eater on draft mode here, the first round of, but I'm not sure if this build's going to work or not, so it's a good way to test it. Orbital. It's Firefly. I think about what are the bare minimum pieces we need here. Candescence, yes. Is Omni Shields a must? I think it is. Oh, this build needs a lot of stuff. Shield cooldown. Efficiency. Gemini Protocol. Shield durability. No Ataraxia yet. It's interesting. Okay, volatile shields is a need. Almost certainly be taking Masochism too. That's a tough call. Let's go regenerative shields. What do I need this for? Not necessarily a need to take this route, because we're getting the plus thrust from Ataraxia when it shows up. There's discharge. Okay, discharge hidden powers on hand. And we're also on Ataraxia here. Okay, well, it's actually a pretty good start. So let's just read this off here real quick. 5% global damage, 1% total maximum whole shields and thrust per unspent upgrade point. While you have 5 or more unspent upgrade points, plus 30% body gear powers. While you have 10 or more unspent upgrade points, plus 15% total recovery and faster shield cooldown. While you have 20 or more unspent upgrade points, you continually have hyper boost, which is an increase in fire rate, thrust, and something else. But you get the cool rainbow effect. It's really what it's all about. No Dying Star or Celestial Surge or anything yet, but I think this is becoming workable. Let's grab stabilization here. I'm going to grab agility, and then I'm going to stop here. Oh, you start after Star Eater. Okay, 135 then. Maybe this does it without going Gemini Protocol. This is an interesting read. I guess it's got a lot of hull and shield right now. 126, 171. Yo, Zero Sabor, thanks for 108 months. Legend. Yo, Nate D303, thanks for 62 earlier as well. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. Alright, fair enough. Ataraxia on that build is going to be tough. You're not gaining on the fire rate, which I think is probably the toughest part of it. Okay. We're going to go Overseer, Shielded Constructs, Engineer. Whoa. Whoa, bud. So with this, we don't want to invest very much in weapons. If you don't want to invest much in weapons, I'd say swords or pulse are probably a good bet. Flak also works out all right. You know, I think Warp Shield could be interesting on this. I'm going to try it out. I haven't done too many Warp Shields, but I pass it on to my constructs. Very nice. Like bubblegum pink. I like it. It's got some purple in there, too. It's a pretty shield, man. Just getting drones at the start of an engineer run is pretty cozy. They don't do a lot of damage, but they do enough to be quite good early. Engineer gets +2 construct limit, basic construct. Standard construct limit? That's the one. Warp Shield is pretty neat. Really has to be assault drones here. Defense drones are also amazing, but if we're going to go Overseer, I want to get a nice amount of damage out of it. Yo, Mets LT, 135 months. Happy Saturday to you. Thanks for being here on Space Explosion Saturday. Appreciate that. Cavi 893, 79 months as well. Too kind, too kind. Thank you. How do I feel about Subsumption? Not terrible. I mean, either way, I'm taking this tree, so I'm kind of torn here. Like, Grace Protocol is good, but if I'm passing this shield onto the drones once every 15 seconds, the drone not dying is... 15-second cooldown. Probably per drone, but even then. Let's try subsumption. What is my key for deploy drone right now? J? Okay, that's fair enough. Well, the build's not going hidden power, that's for sure. Really don't want to roll here, but I just might. Yeah. Let's go advanced engineering. Drones getting the job done. I'm loving the shot color on these. These lads are pretty all right. Okay, mines are absolutely happening. I will auto-deploy them for now, but I think we're going to swap to a manual deploy version of the mines later. Full strength's cool. I love the explosion color on this. Warp shield's awesome. To read the second part of the thing here, I think Gemini Protocol is going to be really good with shielded drones. Grab efficiency right now. Crazy how effective drones can get early. Get him, boss. Okay, let's take Elegant Construction. What I'm curious about with Warp Shield is how the effect's going to work when the shields go down on the drones. Is it going to create a lot of damage with all of the drones teleporting forward at once? Okay, here we go. We'll find out right now. Kind of want to lose the shield and find out. Trying to pop my own shield, which is definitely a dubious prospect. How am I going to do this? There we go. Alright, it did indeed teleport them forward. Oh, it's actually kind of bad, though. Heck. Alright, we're going to start this one over. I like the way Warp Shield looks a lot. Yeah, there was a shockwave of damage there. Other effects will be better. Shockwave's pretty fun, but I could see temporal stacking on top of each other being very nice when stuff gets close to us. Could also make some of the tracer projectiles super dangerous. I'm gonna go for big shield here. What's engineer's downside? Minus 10% maximum shield, right. That's fair. Take mines here to start. Agreed that warp shield would work better on carrier than engineer. Form constructs would be a nice carrier of the warp shield. Okay, plus 30% shield effect power and shield effect radius for shields protecting a turret. Cool. Maximum hull per level. And this all sounds fine. And I am going to put the shield on the turret, so why not? Oh, you did that to yourself, friend. Alright, I'm going to go here. I'm going to go manual deploy mines now. Well, some nice stuff here, but Revelation's the one. Triple wild mod, I'm in. Whoa, let's not die about it now, bud. Kind of leaning towards Essence Sap, but it's a tough one. Let's go here and play good for a second. We're just about to run into a projectile. Priority 0, fine. I mean, I'm just about to reflect a projectile. There we go. I need drones or something to pick up the damage here. It's been a weird start. Uh-oh. Getting pinballed. Do a reroll here. Yoinks. I'm going to be taking this stuff, so I might as well do it. I'll take Hull Strength then. It's only level 12. It just feels weird. Okay, drones. Feeling better already. I'm auto-deploying a turret here, Drake. There are some reasons you'd want to manually deploy turret, but I usually just let them go auto. currently have release mines on one of my side mouse buttons. What does this do? Yeah, it's not bad. Man, that's a tough one to take. Probably take this when you're running allies only, or allies and turrets only. Alright, I'm gonna take Grace Protocol now. The next level up is a large percentage increase, which scales with our level on drone damage. Yeah, I guess mines are basic, so it's really only drones that are the problem with support. Definitely run without drones. There's a lot of damage for the amount that you invest. I like drones a lot. Got a good defensive value, too. I think Streamline's unlikely. And Blink is something we want. Build's really only drones, so any mobility stuff is going to be helpful. Bloop. Okay, here we go. Shielded constructs here. Which does unlock Overseer, which I think we're mostly ready for. Instead of protecting you, your shield protects your standard and advanced constructs deployed by you, plus 50% shield damage resistance for constructs, 10% hull damage resist, plus 10 base hull, and plus 10 maximum hull. Build's looking pretty sweet, man. Let's go advanced engineering here. We're going to be wicked slow when we get Overseer. Let's take Ally right now. We can take Overseer after we have a little bit more constructs built up. Only level 20. And that turret looks badass with the reflect shield around it. Looks like a station out there. My man, patrolling. So... Alright, the stonks we want here is almost certainly Slipstream. Gonna help us overcome the malice from taking Overseer. Okay, plus 75% longer construct assembly time is a tough modifier to take here. I think right now, definitely not. Even though they're shielded. Feels like Blink's the thing. We're going to be so slow in a second. We're going to want some kind of movement ability. Wow. Do we have stabilization yet? We don't. I mean, 6 times Slipstream gives us a functional build at the end. I think I'm just going to take this right now while we see it. It's going to be minus 40% friction. Until we have stabilization, we're just going to be one slippery son of a gun. Got him. Kind of wondering if I want to go regeneration or not. I'm gonna roll here. All right, let's take Terminal Directive. Get towards Fleet Commander. I say taking 6 slipstreams is not as bad feeling as you might think. Even with no stabilization to stop us. Still, well, pretty controllable. Okay, there's Fleet Commander. 2 of your drones promoted to commanders. These will apply vulnerability. Also gives us plus drone construct limit, which when we take Overseer will then be doubled. Boom, get roasted. All right, here's Overseer. We're going to go for it. Minus X total thrust, which is 2 times your combined standard and advanced construct limit, which is going to be something really dumb here. Turret limit 3, ally limit 3, so that's 6. Drone limit 16. Yeah, so we're at minus 42% thrust. Basically back to having no slipstreams, except for we now have friction. Hey, stabilization. There we go. All right, how do we feel about this winnow right here? Not bad. Wondering the viability of not taking regeneration here. If I don't take regeneration, I gotta get some other source of full regen. I'm gonna take this no matter what. Let's just grab it now for safety. Can't take this unless we got to Essence Sap. The only way. Go Echo Strike. Ooh, this could be a tough one right here. All right, here we go. Let's go recover the whole of our turrets, thanks. Boss is not going to be kind to our constructs, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot I have 16 mines I can also release. I'll probably do that. Yeah, okay, here we go. This is the one we want. Gonna make the allies take a lot more of the damage from other stuff. Ooh, yeah. So with the Minefield perk, you gain 5% mine effect for each subsequent explosion in the mine chain. So when you're dropping 16 at once, by the time the last mine activates, you're getting 80%, so 180% mine effect. Pretty nice. Okay, there's nothing stopping us from getting spontaneous generation here. Actually, a pretty major source of damage as they add vulnerability on every hit. Boom, get roasted. And we're going to Siphon Shield and getting Pursuit feels like here. Probably okay. I think that's going to be another try. Let's go Skirmish here. And that overlapping radius looks so cool on the drones. Okay, I'm worried if I take Apex Machinery that we're going to have some issues. But I want to see it for myself. I mean, this is kind of the whole point of going shielded drones, is to try to pull off Apex Machinery. But when we lose all of our drones to some single source, it's going to be pretty painful. Shred them till they dead them. Can also make them loaded pulse mines, but get less maximum amount of mines that way. Hull and rate of fire per level, that's huge. Like a 50% ally hull increase right now. Is this decoy signal? No. Juggernaut? Probably not. Honestly, swapping to Shockwave Shield here is pretty sensible, I think. I'm going to go ahead and do this. It is technically a wasted upgrade here, but Reflect isn't really doing much. And Shockwave will be really nice. Because when it comes back, it does a big push-away damage thing. And it comes back a lot faster than the Reflect Shield. Additionally, the little area around our ship is going to be very hard for projectiles to get through. Yeah, these kind of waves are definitely a weakness for us. Yikes. Let me get Essence Sap here, huh? Oh man, corrosion would be really good here too with the drones. So many things this build can do. I am really wanting Strafe. This is also awesome. Take agility for now. This has been pretty alright keeping the drones up. We haven't had a catastrophic failure yet. Yeah, so with the amount of stuff coming out, I feel like corrosion could be a major source of damage, probably in the thousands on burn, with all of the individual ticks from the drones and the turrets. Ah, I see the asteroids take away our safe zone there. Fair. Kind of went a lot better than I thought I was going to. Chunky monkey. Yeah, I'm actually going to manually deploy mines here. It's definitely better top-end damage for not doing that, but... Ooh, Discord orbs, yeah. Really ups our area damage. I'm now also liking the idea of support specialist engineer, but with no drones. Could have 3. Well, there's some possibilities there, anyways. Darts are the main one I'd think for a wingman. Tough to say. I'm going to take nanotech reconstruction because the Guardian allies are pulling damage that our drones and turrets take onto themselves. Ooh, it's going to be a tough wave for constructs. Also, if we didn't have drones on this and we took Overseer, it would just be minus 12% thrust rather than minus 32%. No, minus 42%. So, that seems a lot more reasonable. Yeah. Tactical Link is fine. Hot dog. Wonder what weapon would be, if you're going to go interceptor, would be the least investment for the most effectiveness. Maybe just like swords or something. Flak, okay, flak does sound pretty good. Flak at least has the reach to hit stuff. Yeah, so swords would be a little bit detrimental if we ended up going all the way to Overseer, but if we didn't go into Overseer, then support specialist sword would definitely make some sense. It's going to be a valid try. I'm going to say thank you all for being here on this awesome Space Explosion Saturday. It's been real cool. Enjoyed all our runs today. Really excited for the official full release of this game on Monday, 2 days from now. I am sure I want... Yeah. Stuck between two different builds on this right now. And that's okay. It's still a really strong run. Man, zoo builds are so fun. Really good class of build too. My biggest surprise in this run is how effective Apex machinery's been and how little problems we've had keeping up drones with it. Minus 75% construct assembly speed is definitely detrimental, but we've been able to keep our drones and stuff pretty active. Slow, but not too slow. That was some action. Honestly, a bit of a nemesis for our build, that spawn right there. take adaptive armor here. Oh yeah, if we added in some loaded sword mines to this thing. Alright, we're cooking. Whoa, almost died there? Hold up. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Right now, I'm thinking if I can actually fit, like, maybe infuse swords into a potential build. I don't think so. Not with this many drones, anyways. Like, overclock, then? Oh, heck. Where am I? There I am, dead. Oh, I did lose track of my ship there. This build was some good science. I got an idea for a build. I'm just going to stand up, stretch my legs real quick, and refill my water, cool off for a second. And then we're going to come back, we're going to try engineer with swords, and then we're going to go turret ally and forego drones. So we can take Overseer and not have additional minus 32 thrust malice. And we can also take advantage of the specialist mod. I think the easiest way to achieve this is going to be to drop the shield as well and just go for the vital bond regeneration, which is what we'll do. But more details on that in just a second. Be right back for another run of Nova Drift. All right, I'm back. Let's do it again. I think Engineer Sword's just a very nice synergy to start with, so I think this idea will, at least put up a good run. We'll have more control in this run of where we're hitting than we did in the last one. At least to start, will not feel as powerful. Going to be dropping my shield anyway, so the question is, what color do I want my swords to be? And the answer is a cool purple. All right, turrets are an absolute yes here. Definitely can consider manual deploy turret and putting them in the corner. That's quite a bit to manage. Let's see how it plays out. Turrets are pretty stable on most ways once you have Vital Bond going. Well, that damage was awesome. Let's grab mines as well. Mines just give a great amount of passive ability, and they count as basic constructs. They don't hurt you on support specialists. Yeah, okay. Priority 0. All right, I'm going to take regeneration, because after that, we can drop the shield. This build probably does want to go Essence Sap. Yeah, I mean, it's also good for swords. Let's just go for it. Not opposed to taking Slipstream. Let's take Rapid Reconstruction right now, though, because this pulls all of the shield mods out of the pool. We get to banish them all at once, so only things we want left now, more or less. I am going to go Loaded Mines, so they look really awesome. Let's go War Machine. We can just get one of our construct trees max, then we get a much better sustain on these turrets. We can start actually getting 2 turrets up at the same time. That'll be nice. All right, allies, big yes. That's the whole plan. A couple things I want here, but I think I'm going to take at least one spontaneous generation. Why not? Okay, Interceptor, here we go. Ooh, nice sword you got there, bud. Plus construct hull and assembly speed's definitely good, but getting to overpower right now. Let's go ahead and take outmaneuver. It's the one I want. Wingman's a fun idea, but we'd really just be getting our allies killed a lot. The chopping squad's here. Here we go. Vital Bond. Your constructs benefit from 70% of your regeneration. Currently 6 regeneration, or 6.7, so we'll just call it 4.5 or whatever. Enough to outpace the self-damage a second, or come near to outpacing the self-damage. We can get more regeneration with a few different mods here, too. Like, right now, definitely hull strength sounds good. We're on only hull. That'll get us above 6. 8 regeneration a second. Whoa. Yes. That's why we're not firing. While we're firing, it's a little lower. 6.45. That was cool. It's a fun build right here. Okay, let's go ahead and go Elegant Construction. Construct assembly speed, construct maximum hull, construct assembly speed per your level as well. Look at those little lads go. Hit them with the purple stuff, man. Terminate is worth so much more than Blitz right now overall. Like 12% of the boss's hull disappearing at the end versus plus 5% weapon damage and 20% on the first hit. I think that improved thrusters sounds cool. Probably not on that one. This is not an Overseer build either, I don't think. If we take Overseer, we lose the ability to have our weapon. Streamline's not happening either, so let's take Deadly Wake. Deadly Wake should be universally pretty good. Any enemy that chases us is going to deal burn damage. Yes, it does catatonic. It says right in the tooltip. It's has an extremely low cooldown and is not tied to your construct limit. I'll take Echo Strike here. Oh boy, let's go ahead and take Blink right now. It doesn't feel like damage is that much of an issue. There's Tactical Link, we want that, so we get whole damage resist while we're near an advanced construct. That's very often going to happen with 2 turrets and 2 allies. Okay, here we go. 2 times your combined standard and advanced construct limits. We only have basic and advanced constructs right now, so... well, this might count our swords. You're on thrust power 130 right now. Let's just take it. That's the same, okay. Anyways, it's definitely worth it. Better fire rate for the turrets and the allies. Yeah, and our other guys, right? Yeah, just construct rate of fire, so also affects the tick rate of the little fellers applying vulnerability. That's massive. I can see this build popping off with darts pretty hard, even without infusion. All right, terminates the one. All right, let's take evolution. Okay, counter artillery is great. Makes our turrets projectiles degenerate enemy projectiles. Stonks. 4 times the next recursive wild might we take. What do we want? It's probably Slipstream. I'm gonna go absorption because force armor is essentially more max hull. Thank you, Penny the Cat, for your offering of Christmas mouse. Thank you, Tidbit. I think some weapon damage here is definitely a solid pick. Whoa, that damage. Thanks, little fellers. Spontaneous generation sure is a cool mod. I'm not going to go burn out reactors on this. Way too much of a concession, I think. Let's go force armor now. What's our hull at? 147. That's not a lot, but it's not the smallest amount. Probably looking at Slipstream into taking Juggernauts is a way to scale defensively. Okay, if Retribution causes your mines to exceed your mine construct limit, an existing mine is detonating. But it's detonated at plus 30% mine effect. Thanks for asking that question. I didn't realize that that one. Makes sense. And kinetic boost is damage here. We're constantly floating around. Rate of fire down's kind of tough. Yo-ho, Nutty Buckeye, thanks for 86 months. Much appreciation. Thanks, dude. Okay, I'll take overclock here. It's not going to hurt anything. Except for my enemies, it's going to hurt them a little bit. Ooh, it's gonna be a chunky fight, I see. Chunky monkey. Just a few damage numbers happening. Oops, all dead. Oops, all dead. I'm also going to auto-fire now because I can't. There's definitely some reasons not to auto-fire here, but gonna. Think rate of fire sounds dandy. There's definitely justifications to not auto-fire here. You still hold down fire. When it gets some more precise movement later, I want to lay off firing like before dashing and stuff for better, slightly better movement. Whoa, let's not die about that now. Am I dead? Damn it. Nice. Okay. That was not a very well executed wave. Admittedly. Not quite. Warpath is okay here. Let's take Juggernaut, and we're still looking for Slipstream, but Juggernaut gives us a lot more hole to work with. Okay, taking movement down. It makes sense here. Regeneration now, 8.57 a second. Yo, there it is. 4 times slipstream. We're back to normalized movement speed now. Alright, once we have strafe, we're feeling pretty nice. Alright, not going to be an easy Star Eater fight. I don't have stabilization either, so we're kind of slippery here. You know, not a bad phase 1 for being essentially a melee build. So we got the entire coil phase here, so it should come in under a 2 cycle, or just about a 2 cycle. Yo ho ho! Barely over a 1 cycle. That was awesome. Ooh. I mean, we're going to take Quantum Decoherence here. We're kind of towards the end of the build, and getting +5 levels is really good. There's lots of stuff in here that's not really great, but is also takeable, so it's very unlikely we reach a scream with a completely dead upgrade. Well, getting down to Rupture here would be a lot of damage. I'm going to take Adaptive Armor, though. Take the defensive pick. Ooh, Orbs of Discord. Kind of need that. Mind Specialist would be a big no-no here. Let's go Nanotech Reconstruction. There we go, Minefield. And I will go Blast Race. It's kind of a dead pick, but also not really. Phantom Strike is also takeable here, but kind of dangerous too. Actually, you know what? I will take Phantom Strike. It's kind of like having additional Bailout Blink. Well, I think we're going to make it to strafe, but I'd really appreciate getting stabilization. Okay, 3 times our next recursive wild mod. Let's go. I don't know what I want that to be. Plating would definitely be acceptable, yeah. Streamline is nice for movement, but lowers our hull. You know, let's try propulsive munitions here. Oh, interesting. The firing angle is like interesting now. So we get pushed forward a little when we fire. That's fine. Also, working on the swords generated by the allies. So nice damage up there. Where am I? There I am. Go warpath here. Actually, a pretty cool play style. Doesn't feel all that dangerous either. It's a little bit slippery, but I think the bonus damage from propulsive munitions was definitely worth it. The downside is that the allies are now firing away from the enemies. Kind of a weird one, but I'd say the sword damage is much more substantial than the their base shot is. There we go, stabilization finally. Let's make this a lot more manageable. Yikes. It does not, Kaze. Does not affect level scaling when you get bonus levels. Yeah, Phantom Strike's great here, man. I think Essence Sap is a pretty nice defensive value. We have a lot of global damage between the turrets and the allies and ourselves. I have to imagine this is better than our base regeneration in terms of recoverability. Essence Sap has no effect on constructs, so they're still able to utilize our regeneration stat, even though we're no longer using it for ourselves. Improve total regeneration. Could reroll here, I might. I guess we can go for Burst Fire. That will make the forward momentum a little bit tougher, though. That's tough. Just take weapon damage here. I guess channeling is the one that's giving us the most on that page. That was a very quantum decoherence pick for sure. Really liking the propulsive swords just from a defensive standpoint. Just like in terms of how you dodge projectiles in this game, it's giving us coverage in our weakest area. There's almost never the nose. You're almost never flying directly into projectiles. Oh snap. Uh-oh. Okay. Now, what is going on with my swords right now? Why? Maybe this, the single has to be destroyed before I can replenish the cannon. Ooh, here we go. Let's get more spontaneous generation going. Well, whatever the case is, it looks like we're missing a sword, but our offense is still perfectly adequate. Feels like it could be a bug, but I don't really care at this time. Not sure if I'd take propulsive munitions again. I don't think it's actively hurt me in any way. It's been about a wash. Yeah, I think it's the case here. I'm like perplexed by the 3-sword thing, but I think what's happening is I think we have to lose this set of swords in order to regenerate the next one. Like, they're deployed as a pair, and we're only missing 1/2 of the pair. So we're not technically able to generate a new set of swords yet because we're at maximum deployment, is my read. Not a bad winnow here. Probably take it. Self-destructs damage. Yeah, I don't think so. It's just me. We had 4 earlier in the run, so shouldn't be any change in that. It's just very hard for us to lose this sword right now because they're regenerating at the rate of like 7 a second. Definitely an oddity. Actively trying to lose the sword right now. It's tough. Probably not there. I guess we'll take power reserves. There you go. We got 4 swords again. So that was it. I intentionally got the swords killed. So if one of the 2 swords in the pair dies, we have to get the other one killed in order to redeploy the pair as a set. Mystery solved. A very vital bond thing. You're not going to see that in other sword builds. Oh, snap. Phantom Strike is good here, but also super dangerous. Where'd I go? Tell you what, Phantom Strike's gonna get me killed if I'm not careful. Whoa, okay, we're fine-ish. Where am I? There I am. Nice. My little fellers. All right, what's next? I guess base hull and shields and armor stack duration is a fair pick then. Get a pretty nice defensive value with the swords, like, very tough for projectiles to hit us. Working in some ways like Orbital Shield was on some of the hidden power builds. Ooh, not dead yet. That was a Phantom Strike issue. Teleported in front of the bulwark, which is not advisable. Both my turrets are down right now. I just broke 2 mil. Feels good. Guess I'll take point defense. We're getting 4% turret hull per level. A lot of maximum health increase should improve the survivability of the turrets, which is something we just lost on the previous waves. Oh, I'm so lucky I blinked when I did. It was near death. Hot dog, them dogs are hot. Hot dog. Oh, yeah. I love poppy corn. Man, just the pure erasing of projectiles we're doing is awesome. Does help the drones out when I'm not firing, which isn't often right now, but I mean, it's something. The rest of the stuff here does basically nothing. Oh, snap. Fine-ish. This is legit one of our best sword builds ever. It's a good one. Hit him with a windshield wiper. Take that, Bugmans. What? No. Chimeric, you didn't. You didn't. It's a space whale, guys. It's happening. No way. This has been like a meme in the Discord in the game forever. The space whale. That was awesome. So it's kind of like a loot goblin. It dropped just tons of XP. That was cool. Was not expecting that. Alright, strafe looks cool. Also, it has to just be a rare chance for it. It's not like a set thing, because we had a run go this far earlier and not see him. I'm almost certain Landscape Goto was added very recently. There's not much info on it because it literally didn't exist. Thank you, P-Knuckle, for that clip. Alright, could just be super rare then. It's possible. I have over 600 hours played. That's my first space whale, guys. Hey. Oh, heck. Wave 350. Okay, Shredder Mine's popping off. I see that. I see that. Wow, that almost got me there. There's projectiles in that. That's scary. Okay, nice. So it was a really close fight. Scary. Strafing strike's kind of interesting here. Probably a bad idea, though. Oh, I'll just take Scorching Wake then. Ooh, okay. Ooh, sketchy, sketchy. Getting real in here. Where am I? Okay, Phantom Strike almost killed me there. Nearly almost doesn't even count, maybe. Just spicy run here, man. Approaching 3.5 mil right now, so good. The ability to sweep away projectiles is the only reason this run is still active. Noise. Adrenal module is technically adding damage here, so let's do it. Wow, I got thermal lanced big time. 3.6 million. Awesome. Alright, it's our 9th best run since the reset for the beta. Pretty good. Pretty good. Well, alright, everybody, that's going to conclude our show today. Thank you for the great time, wonderful company, awesome conversation. Appreciate y'all very much. Great time doing all those runs. That one kind of came out of nowhere. It's a really good run. Full release of Nova Drift on Monday. Looking forward to it. We'll probably be streaming tomorrow, but Discord for updates as always. Until then, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Take it easy.